defendant was indicted on this case on a 4-count indictment: safecracking, felony of the 4th degree; theft from a person in a protected class, felony of the 4th degree; receiving stolen property, felony of the 5th degree; and receiving stolen property, misdemeanor of the 1st degree. Your Honor, at this time there has been no formal offer extended on this case, as the defendant has a couple of other cases that are coming over from the municipal court. And it's my understanding today that the defendant has expressed a willingness to try and resolve these cases, signing some waivers to try and facilitate that, but this time no offer has been made.
All right, Ms. Fagazio.
Thank you, Your Honor. That is correct. Because there are the new cases that were recently bound over, I have spoken with my client. Our goal is to resolve everything globally. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to set this case for a jury trial June 12th at 8 o'clock. We'll have another hearing that'll be May 31, that'll be 9 o'clock, and hopefully, Mr. Foiser, you can get these cases in your hands and have a chance to talk to Ms. Regazione, and with an eye toward wrapping everything up on the 31st. If not, we'll just kind of go from there, okay? So just let Maria know where things stand, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, anything else?
Nothing further from the
No,
state,
Your Honor. Thank
Okay,
you.
we're adjourned.
Can I grab him and bring him in?
Yes, yes. All rise.
You seated? Where is
This client out of the hall there.
All right, this is Patricia Duff versus Thomas Christopher, 2021 CV 780. Here on the defendant's motion to compel arbitration.
Thank you, Judge.
Ready to proceed?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Walter.
May we sit? There's no podium, so can I just please the court and sit while we do this?
Yep.
All right, before you, Your Honor, is a very limited scope issue. On February 6th, the Court of Appeals wanted more information from an evidentiary hearing, and it was the factual dispute as to the exact circumstances of the incident that occurred between my client, Thomas Christopher, and the plaintiff, Patricia Duff. And in particular, did the interactions that occurred arise out of or be related to her employment? And that's what we're here today on, what the terminology they had meaning shoot. And that's why we're here today.
Right. Are you ready to proceed?
I am.
You want to call your first witness?
Patricia Duff, please.
You step forward, please. Yes. And would you raise your right hand? You swear a testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, you have a seat. Whose notebook is that? Is that?
That's for the bike, Your Honor. Those are my exhibits.
All right.
There's one there, there's one for you, and opposing counsel has it as well. All right, good afternoon, Mrs. Duff. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Patricia Duff, Patricia. Last name is Duff, Duff.
And you are the plaintiff in the action that we're here on today, correct?
That is correct.
And your complaint stems from actions taken on or about July 30th of 2019, correct?
That is correct.
And were you employed at that time?
Yes, sir, I was.
And was that through Thomas Christopher Group, Inc., doing business as the Christopher Group, and also known as TCG?
My understanding, yes.
Well, I'm asking you, yes or no? Were you?
No, I was employed, yes.
Okay.
I wasn't sure what.
So going forward, I'll just say TCG, and that was your employer. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. And you had an employment agreement with TCG, correct?
I did.
Objection.
Overruled.
And if you could turn, there's a book up there that has documents in it. If you could turn to Exhibit 1. Is that the employment agreement that you had with the Christopher Group or TCG?
Objection.
What's your objection?
Your Honor, we will have a legal argument as to the lack of enforceability of this
Right.
employment agreement, so we object to the leading of the witness that
Well-
this is an enforceable contract.
Okay, the issue is whether, I'm not here to determine whether that's a valid employment agreement. I'm here to determine whether under the terms of that document, whether they're entitled to have this case stayed and there be an arbitration, or whether they're not entitled to that and this case proceeds. Whether it's valid and enforceable, it doesn't really matter for the purposes of this. We're at a very threshold issue that folks in Warren sent back for the reason they sent it back. So the objection is overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And just so you indicated we're here on a limited issue. I'm aware from the inception of this case that the contents of that document, the arguments that you're making, the arguments you've made, and what the Court of Appeals said, just so you know that.
Right, Your Honor. And I believe this, I'm very, very brief on this document. And you've signed that document on page 10, correct? You flip to page 10 of that document.
I signed page 10.
All right, that is your signature?
Yes,
All right, and it's dated 7/27/15, correct?
correct.
So the document does have an arbitration clause, correct?
What page, please?
It's paragraph 10 of the agreement. So paragraph 10 on page 6.
Yes, there appears to be an arbitration agreement, correct.
Okay. And I'm not going to waste time of the court as to what it provides. Let's go back now in time to July 30th, 2019. And you've already admitted you were employed by TCG, correct?
Correct.
And Thomas Christopher was part of TCG, correct?
Correct.
What was his role? Do you know?
He's the owner.
Was he also the president?
Correct.
Okay. And on 7/30 of 19, was there a meeting held between you and Mr. Christopher and some other folks at
No,
TCG?
there was not.
Were there people talking about issues on 7/30 of 19?
Can you give me a time frame on that day?
In the late afternoon, around 4:30 to 5 o'clock.
No, that is not correct.
All right? So you're disputing that there was any meeting on July 30th.
There was no meeting towards the
What
end
about
of
July
the day.
29th?
What day was that?
I don't know. I'm asking you. Well, I'll make this easier, Your Honor. Let's go to page Exhibit 2. Did you file a witness statement as to something that happened to you?
With?
The Willoughby Police Department.
I did.
What happened that precipitated this being filed?
At 4:59 p.m. on July 30th, I was sitting in a chair outside of my office. I was joined by Mr. Christopher's brother-in-law, Jim Gorjup, who's also a partner in one of his divisions, and Jacob Humbert. That lounge area sits outside our 4 offices. Tom Christopher's office, you have to walk past 4 offices. You have to walk past the lunchroom. You have to walk past 2 other offices to get to his. It's about, 20 meters. So we're getting ready to go home, and Jim Gorjup and I were talking about Spat's restaurant. He had been to Spat's, I think maybe the 29th, and he was talking about he was there with 4 people. I was there at the same time because my husband's birthday was July 30th. So as we're sitting there chatting, Tom Christopher comes storming down the hallway, and it's lengthy, and he was screaming that he was going to kill somebody. He was going to kill somebody, and there were the 3 of us, and we were silent. So he screamed it, I believe it was twice, and Mayor Merker was out of the office, so she came up the stairs. She said, "Who are you going to kill, Tom?" Tom pointed his finger out like this, and he said, "I'm going to shoot you in the head." And he said, "Oh, I'm going to shoot my client." And then he screamed, "God damn it. I'm going to insert myself into this church," as he went storming back down the entire length of the office to his office.
I know you said there was a search. Explain to the court, what do you mean by there was a search?
That's what they call when you're assigned. Tom Christopher would sign searches as they came in.
And
We were on a search.
who was your search? Was it Emily Tillman?
No, that's a candidate.
Well,
She's the
who's your
candidate.
candidate that you were working with at the time?
I don't remember what the client
Do
was.
you remember a name by Emily Tillman?
Yes, she was my candidate.
All right, so she was the person, was that the person Mr. Christopher was referring to?
Yes.
So that is an issue that was your client during work, correct?
That was my candidate that he couldn't get on a phone call. He couldn't get her on the phone.
Just so the judge in the record is very clear, Emily Tillman was a candidate, as you say it. Explain to the court what you mean by candidate.
There, a candidate is someone that one of 5, 6 people that you submit on a search. So I had a search, and she was one of my candidates.
And was there a time before July 29th that you had a meeting with Mr. Christopher regarding this candidate?
I don't recall. Maybe we met every time we worked on a search. We met with Tom Christopher or the person who was in charge of the search every week. We had production meetings every Monday, and when we would have updates with clients at the end of the week, we would meet Wednesday, Thursday. So
On July 16th, do you recall a meeting about your performance regarding the Tillman candidacy?
No, I don't. We talked about performance probably every year since I started there. Searches are challenging, they're emotional. And we regularly talk about whether this person was good, whether this person was not good. Replace the candidate. There are like 8 to 12 candidates per search we worked on.
And so the discussion as he's coming down the hall was relating to your candidate at that time, correct?
That's what he tells me, yes.
Okay. In Exhibit 2, that is your statement that you wrote out, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, on page 2, is that your signature?
That is correct.
All right. I'm directing you to what your testimony you just gave. The second paragraph, it says, Tom pointed his finger at my face and in a highly angry state yelled, I'm going to shoot you in the head, or I'm going to shoot my client. And it says the witness said nothing. Tom proceeded to discuss his frustration with process of scheduling a candidate, and I calmly told him everything I knew. So this was stemming around this candidate whose name was Emily Tillman, correct?
Objection. Overruled.
And that was a work-related issue, correct? Meaning Miss Tillman.
Ms. Tillman was not able to secure a landline. And the requirements for candidates is that every single candidate had to be on a landline or their Tom would disqualify them. And what I kind of believe I remember about this is that Emily Tillman had just was telling me that she was in an open area. She wasn't going to be able to have a landline available because her current employer was here. That's the best of my recollection.
All right, and it's clear that your statement to the Willoughby Police Department said that Mr. Christopher's frustration was with that process, correct?
Maybe, I guess. That was my understanding at the time. I don't know if there's other things going on with him or not.
Okay. I have nothing further of this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination.
Patricia, when Mr. Christopher pointed his hand in the fashion of a gun and said, I'm going to shoot you in the head, how did that make you feel?
Objection.
Overruled.
Do I have?
Go ahead.
I have a history of violence in my past, and it brought back memories.
Okay, so let's back up a little bit. Have you ever stayed in Mr. Christopher's house before?
I have.
Okay, can you alert the court as to the circumstances for why you stayed at Mr. Christopher's house?
I guess I would object to this. I don't know the relevance of this to the issue of.
Overruled.
I was in a violent relationship, and I had been.
I realize it's difficult, but the court needs to know the background of you, Mr. Christopher.
There was threats of gun violence in my home, and I had confided. I confided at the time when I was getting ready to divorce after 20 years of marriage. As scared I was.
Why don't you take a minute to gather yourself? And I understand this is difficult, but we do need to make sure I approach with.
Yeah.
We are going to have to enunciate sort of what we're. All right, so
I had told Tom about it because I was worried where we were located, and it wasn't going to be an easy divorce. And he let me stay at his home, and he was very understanding. And because of that, I asked Tom to walk me down the aisle when I had remarried, and he did.
okay, so backing up, you stayed with Mr. Christopher at the time you were getting divorced from your first husband, correct?
That is correct.
And are you aware of why Mr. Christopher allowed you in his home?
He trusted me. We had a very good relationship. And I depended on him, and I trusted him.
why did you need to move out of your marital home?
Because of the threats of violence.
And
that I
was
shared.
by your ex-husband?
That is correct.
Were there ever threats made with a gun or gun related with that
Yes,
violence?
and there was physical violence.
Did you relay your history with your ex-husband and the gunplay to Mr. Christopher?
I did.
When you moved into his house, he was aware that you had been threatened with guns and physically threatened and physically assaulted by your ex-husband, correct?
Yes. One thing, Tom's office at that time, he was able to look out into the parking lot because he had windows on both sides. And I remember Tom calling my office and saying, come down here, I want you to see this car, see if there's anything that we need to be concerned about. And I ran down there and I said, no, we don't, but thank you so much for bringing it to him. It makes me feel good that you're keeping an eye out.
Do you think there was a particular purpose when Mr. Christopher made a gun gesture towards your face?
Objection.
When he made the statement, I'm going to shoot you in the head?
Overruled.
To hurt me. He knew where that was going to go. He knew exactly where I was going to go emotionally and mentally when that happened. He was the only person I could ever know. And in my 10-year history with that organization, I have never heard Mr. Christopher make a physical threat of violence to anyone except me.
The contract that you signed that is contained in Exhibit 1, do you recall Mr. Christopher or anybody else from the company stating anything when they handed it to you?
No, they never did anything. We signed something. He just said, Tom wants everyone to sign it.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr.
A
Walter?
couple questions. So based on what you just testified, you did ultimately go to the Willoughby Police Department, correct?
I did.
And you filed a police report,
I
correct?
did.
And did an officer get dispatched to investigate that?
I believe he did.
I'm sorry?
I believe he did, yes.
And would that have been Willoughby Police Officer Matthew Jackson?
I don't know his name. I don't remember.
Do you remember what he looked like?
I believe he was an African-American man.
All right, and you gave the statement that's Exhibit 2, correct?
That is correct.
Was there anyone else, you said Mr. Humbert was there when all this went down?
Mr.
Was-
Humbert, Mr. Gorjup, and Ms. Merker.
Okay, anyone else?
No, those are the people that I remember being there.
Okay. And how many times did you talk to the officer who was investigating this?
I talked to him, and then I know I had a couple of phone conversations where at some point he referred me to a victim's advocate. I just don't remember at what point. And then the initial police report, when I was there, he expressed concern to me, and he said to me, "You're in trauma. I need you to go to your doctor." And I did. I made an appointment, and I went to my doctor that day.
Nothing further on it.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, thank you. Next witness?
Is Officer Jackson here?
You raise your right hand, please. You swear testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, have a seat.
Officer Jackson, thank you for me. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure, Matthew Jackson, Jackson.
And you work for the Willoughby Police Department, correct?
I do.
And how long have you been there?
Since December of 2000.
And what are your duties?
General patrol, answer radio calls, and various calls of service.
Okay. Are you familiar with a lady by the name of Patricia Duff?
I am.
And do you see her here today?
I do.
Is she sitting to the right of me?
Yes.
And how do you know her, or how do you recall her?
I interacted with her in July of 2019.
And was it regarding a harassment?
It was.
Okay. And did you interview Mrs. Duff?
Yes.
And was that on 3/31/19 at 10:42 a.m.? Yeah, 7:31.
It was at 7:31, 10:42 a.m. in the lobby of my police department.
All right, and so you interviewed Mrs. Duff, correct?
Yes.
Did you interview anyone else in the conduct of this investigation?
On that day, no, but on the next day, I went to the Christopher Group and spoke to several employees there.
Did you notify them that you were coming?
No.
All right, so you just showed up
Yes.
on the next day? And you interviewed Mr. Christopher, correct?
Yes.
And a person by the name of Aaron Merker, correct?
Yes.
And a person named Jacob Humbert, correct? And that spelling is Humbert.
B-E-R-T, yes. Jacob, yes.
Did you interview anyone else at that time?
No,
And did you ultimately compile a police report?
I did.
And if you could turn to Exhibit 3. The first page is a subpoena. The second page, or after the subpoena, the fourth page is a certificate of records custodian. Who is Cheryl Stevens?
She's a clerk at our department.
All right, so that's, are you familiar with her signature? Is that her signature?
Yes, that's her signature.
And then the next page, the cover page, then the next page after that, is that, look through that, is that the police report that you compiled?
Yes, that is the report I created for this incident.
Now, when you interviewed these folks, did you tape them or video them?
I recorded the conversation audio with only audio, no video.
And who did you record?
Whoever was in the room.
When you went back to the Christopher Group?
This is at the Christopher Group, yes.
Okay, so you had a tape recording running.
I had a mic on my uniform, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Overall, what was your finding in discussing everything with them?
Objection.
What's the significance of his finding?
The significance is, as to the term shoot, he interviewed them regarding those terms, and I want to know overall what he ascertained during that day.
Well, you're asking him to relate what these witnesses said to him?
Yeah, I want to relate what he said in the report, which, Your Honor.
No, well, he's the one that authored the report. They
Right.
said it to him, right?
Correct,
I mean, how's that not hearsay?
because he's doing it in his official capacity as an investigating officer under 8038.
Which is what? What's 8?
It's basically the public exception, police reports and the findings of an investigating officer.
I'm here because the Court of Appeals issued an order, and I'm going to conduct a hearing essentially to determine credibility of witnesses.
Correct.
To determine whether it's within the purview of the agreement such that it compels arbitration or it's not, or it isn't, right? Right?
Correct.
I'm not going to, how do I assess the credibility of somebody who's not here to testify?
Well, Mr. Jackson actually, he did the investigation based upon the words, and what he found in the police report is admissible, Your Honor.
Okay.
And it goes right to the issue of shoot.
Why is it relevant what he found in the police report? I mean,
Because,
ultimately, what Officer Jackson did was compile a report and ship it off to the city prosecutor to make a decision. Officer Jackson didn't make a decision. But beyond that, who are the two witnesses he interviewed when he went there?
there was Mr. Christopher was there,
Right.
Mr. Humbert,
Okay.
and Mr. Merker.
Okay. Is Ms. Merker and Mr. Humbert here to testify?
Opposing counsel subpoenaed them to be here.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to listen to Officer Jackson's assessment or report of what anybody said, Humbert and Merker, because I can't assess their credibility. And that's what I'm doing here.
Well,
So I'm not going to let him testify to that.
Well, he did tape record it, and I have the recording here
Okay,
today.
But your opposing counsel can't cross-examine the tape recording.
He can cross-examine Mr. Officer Jackson.
Of course he can, and he'll have that opportunity in a minute. But I'm not going to let him testify to hearsay.
All right. So Your report that you compiled, that was in your normal course of business, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The report that you compiled, that was based upon your present recollections of everything that happened that day, correct?
Correct, and I have a copy of the report here in front of me.
It's not a present recollection, it's what he wrote down, based on what somebody said.
Right, and my argument, Your Honor, is under Rule 803, it is admissible in evidence.
I'm not going to let him testify about what Humbert and Merker said to him. I'm not going to do it. No matter how you try to do it, I'm not going to do it because I can't sit here and assess their credibility. Okay, I'm just not going to do it. You can try it another way, and then we'll have the same conversation, but it ain't going to happen.
Okay.
All right?
Officer, you talked to Mr. Christopher as well, correct?
I did.
And he gave a statement during a recorded interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, what happened with the investigation? What were the charges that you were investigating at the time?
The charges that I was investigating would have qualified to be aggravated menacing. I gathered the information from my complainant, talked to Mr. Christopher and a couple of his employees, and I sent the package of information to our city prosecutor for review.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Officer, real quick, do you recall telling Mr. Christopher that he was leading the witnesses that you were speaking with?
I think that was in the conversation that's recorded.
Okay. And do you recall him saying that he knew Rick Perez, the prosecutor, really well during that conversation?
I do not recall.
Overruled.
Nothing further.
And during that conversation, Mr. Christopher acknowledged that he was, at that point in time, leading, but he acknowledged that he wouldn't do that anymore, correct?
Yes. That.
And in fact, when you interviewed the other two parties that are not here, he wasn't in the room when you interviewed them, was
No.
he? So you interviewed them by yourself?
Yeah. Yes,
All
sir.
right. And Mr. Christopher was no longer present during that interview?
No.
I have nothing further.
Do you recall Mr. Christopher having a tape recorder in the room while his employees made the statement to you?
I don't recall him having a recorder in the room when I spoke to his employees, but there could have been. I'm not sure.
Very good. Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Is he free to go, Your Honor? He works the midnight shift.
Yep.
All right, thank you, officer.
Thank you.
Next witness, I call Tom Christopher.
Step forward. And raise your right hand. You swear to testify about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
All right, have a seat.
Hi, Mr. Christopher, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Thomas W. Christopher, Chrisistopher.
And going back to 2019, what was your role with the company?
I was the chief executive officer and co-owner with my wife Paula.
And that was the Thomas Christopher Group, also known as the Christopher Group and TCG, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you were an officer and the president
Yes, sir.
and the owner.
Yes, sir.
And you're the named defendant in this action, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with a person by the name of Patricia Duff?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know her?
We hired Trish through a recruiting effort 9-10 years before. Subsequent, as fate would have it, her brother, Todd Levesque, her maiden name is Levesque, is in an Airstream camping club with us. And my wife noticed his children in pictures on her desk, and we said, wow, small world. So I knew her professionally, and then subsequently, I know her brother.
All right, and so she was an employee in 2019, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And she was an employee on July 30th, 2019, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
During that time, was Ms. Duff having any work-related issues?
Objection.
Overruled.
Unfortunately, it's a well-documented, and members of our leadership team are here to attest. Trish was what we call roller coaster performance. So when she was good, she was acceptable level of performance. But she had issues, not personal, but professional, not coming to work, leaving work early, not following procedures, not hitting key performance indicators, or what we call KPIs. And so routinely, I would say over the course of the 9 years, there were at least 4 instances where the leadership team had moved to have her terminated or fired, up to and including the events that led to her ultimate termination at the end of July or August for the period in time. Basically, the 6 months that had preceded, her performance had gotten so bad that no one in the office would work with her, that her boss, who was Aaron Merker, had repeatedly gone to the leadership team, members are here to testify, saying that she wanted to have her terminated. And quite honestly, I was the one who was saying no. I thought she deserved a second chance. She had had a very difficult situation in December with her foundation of her home. I didn't know anything about it until after the fact because I was in Florida for the winter. And she got very upset. And I said, look, she's having a hard time with her house. And so cut her some slack. And so I was the one, quite frankly, who was putting up the defense up until the incident that led to her termination.
Now, you said Aaron Merker was her supervisor at the time,
That is correct.
and did she come to you with issues throughout the course of her Ms. Duff's employment?
She did, especially in the year during her termination, as did Jacob Humbert, as did Nat Schiffer, all with issues.
When you talk of the leadership team at that time, who was it?
So it was Tom Christopher, Paula Christopher, Nat Schiffer, Patricia Duff, I believe Logan Payton, I think she was still with the firm at that time, Jacob Humbert, and Aaron Merker.
Okay.
One other issue that has to be brought forward. Patricia, unfortunately, had a long history
Objection?
of not telling the truth.
You want to respond to that objection?
Well, I think it goes to the credibility. You've said, Your Honor, this is about the credibility of witnesses, and we have people ready to testify as to things that have happened and been said, and so it goes to the credibility of her as a witness in front of you, Your Honor.
Okay, the issue is whether the spoken word on that day by Mr. Christopher is an employment matter or outside of an employment.
Correct.
Right? So I've let you get a little bit in to the work history of Ms. Duff, but we're not going to have a mini trial here about the work history.
Well, I apologize. I'm setting up that this was an ongoing thing that led up and culminated to the events that happened on July 29th.
But it doesn't matter that it was either a momentary thing or a long-standing thing. The issue is what happened.
Okay.
Whether what happened resides within the employment contract or outside the employment contract.
I can focus in. Mr. Christopher, per the judge, let's focus on the day in July, the end of July, 29th, 30th. What happened?
As best I recall, Your Honor, and Eric, mid-afternoon, I received a phone call from a client.
What time was that?
I want to say it was around 3 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock. It was mid-afternoon. I distinctly remember that because I remember the conversation. I remember going back to my office. I remember Trish going back to her office. We all went back to work for another couple hours. It was not at the end of the day at 4:59. So I got a call from a client, and they were very upset. And basically, the client said 2 issues. First, they were trying to schedule a candidate that Trish had been working with, and candidates Trish has been working with, that we had presented on a search, and they had been trying to get a hold of, as the best I can recall, Trish, to get the candidate set up. And they couldn't get a return call. They couldn't get a return email. They were getting no responsiveness from the recruiting manager on the search. And they were very frustrated. The candidate had been presented. They wanted to see him. The search was elapsing time. They also were upset because we later found out that Trish had falsified compensation information on the candidate to inflate her compensation by $30,000, which is a huge, huge issue in our industry. You can't lie about people's compensation or academic credentials or licensing. I carry insurance for this exact reason. We train our people that, above all else, you better be truthful in what you write down and you present to the client. So the client was understandably very upset. Trish had been telling us in production meetings that she had been trying to get the candidate set up. The client wasn't returning the calls. wasn't being responsive to her communications. And that's why there was no scheduling, because we kept saying these candidates are sitting and time kills all deals in our business. They need to be scheduled. So I walked down the hall and I was pretty upset because at that point, obviously someone was lying. Either the client was lying that they hadn't been reaching out to Trish. Trish was lying, or the candidate was lying in terms of their compensation. So I sat down, the conference room, it's a meeting room, and there was myself in the one corner, Erin Merker next to her office, Jacob next to his office. Trish wheeled her chair out to the doorway of her office, which was across, approximately 16 feet. It's a big common area. And I sat down.
What time was this?
It was immediately after the call. It was about 3 o'clock,
So this is
best
the
I
first
can
call.
recall. Yes. So I proceeded to say to Erin, who was the chief administrative or the chief operation officer, I said, Erin, I'm really pissed. I said, we don't lie. We don't falsify information. We're the largest HR executive search firm in the United States. Integrity is everything. Somebody's lying here, and I need to know who we're going to shoot, or who's going to get shot for this. Is it the candidates lying? Is it the client lying? I don't even believe I even referenced Ms. Duff. And I know that in Mr. Humbert's testimony, I didn't even look at her. I certainly wasn't across the room, and I never raised my hand in the form of a gun. That is an outright lie.
Okay, so how long did this first meeting last?
It was probably all about 10 minutes. Trish engaged and tried to provide excuses. Quite frankly, she made further statements that we found were false. And I said, listen, I don't know who's telling the truth here, and I really don't care. All I know is I've got a very upset client, and I've got to fix this. So I walked back down the hallway, went into my office, and started making phone calls. Everyone went back to work for the next 2.5 hours. It was quiet in the office. We all left between 5:30, went home. The next day, I went to Erin and I said, listen, we had conversations as a leadership team. I said, look, this is the last straw. I know the performance has not been good, but when you start lying and falsifying information for your own enrichment, that's not right. And I said, I think it's time that we're going to have to pull the trigger or pull the plug or terminate. It wasn't a shoot. It was, we have to terminate Trish. So Erin started working up the documentation. At that point, Trish, hearing the footsteps, calls in and says, well, I want to work from home. Erin's like, well, we need to meet with you because we're going to terminate her. She didn't show up that afternoon. Officer Jackson showed up, conducted the interviews. The next day, Mrs. Merker gave her termination letter and sent it to her, and I believe we had her professional and personal items boxed and brought to her home residence.
Let's focus back on the conversation dealing with the term shoot. Explain that again. It wasn't, let's be very specific. So you get the call, you walk out, and those folks are sitting there. What exactly did you say?
In our office, we use a lot of analogies and metaphors, like throw someone under the bus, or don't shoot the messenger, or we're going to shoot a candidate or a client. We've used it for 24 years. I've used it on multiple searches. I've used it with multiple front ends. I've used it with back ends. I've used it with clients. To shoot someone in my industry, in my office, means to terminate them or fire them, to terminate the relationship or terminate the project. In this case, to shoot someone, I was going to fire that candidate and put them on our blacklist. I was going to fire that client and return their money, or I was going to fire Trish from either the project or ultimately our company, because I can't have someone in my company who lies.
You were here and you heard testimony about, did you ever make your finger look like a gun to Miss?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever say that you were going to shoot her in the head?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever say that you were going to kill her?
Absolutely not.
And the exact term that you used was what?
Erin, I just got off the phone with an angry customer. Somebody's lying. I need to know who I'm going to shoot. I'm going to shoot the client, I'm going to shoot the candidate, or there's someone on this team that's lying.
And you said that is a common vernacular used in your business?
Yes, sir.
And when you say common vernacular, how long has that been used at the Christopher Group?
I think it would stem back to the origins of our firm, August of 1998. It's not something, in honesty, that we say every day, but it is a term that we use like many other terms. We speak in a lot of analogies. Throwing someone under the bus, we say we're going to life raft a candidate, which is a way of saying the candidate is now polling from a process. So we will life raft the candidate. We will go to the client and say, listen, this candidate is showing poll signs. We think we should dismiss the candidate. And that's called life rafting a candidate. It's sending the candidate off and letting the client know we don't think he's the right candidate.
And so when you came out of your office, you said you were upset. Were you upset necessarily at Mrs. Duff, or were you upset at the situation?
I was upset with the situation.
And so your choices at that time were to either shoot or fire Ms. Duff, the candidate, or
The client,
the client.
Yeah.
And your testimony as you sit here today is, that is something that's been used in your company since its inception?
yes, sir.
Is it meant to put somebody in fear?
No, sir.
Now, Mrs. Duff, you heard her say she stayed at your house. Has she ever stayed at your house?
I don't have any recollection of that.
Right? Have you ever threatened her in the past?
Absolutely not.
Have you ever threatened her?
No.
In fact, you walked her down the aisle, correct?
Yes, she asked me to attend her wedding private party with the family and her husband, who's in the audience, to meet the family. My wife and I were honored to do so. The next day, she asked me to walk her down the aisle, and she told me in asking previously that I was one of the most positive and instrumental persons in her life.
All right,
Quite
so-
frank, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, so yes, I did walk her down the aisle.
And on that day that this comment happened, because there's diametrically opposite stories, you're hearing one from Ms. Duff that you've heard and one from you. How long did that discussion last when you came out of your office? You said how many minutes? About 10?
I want to say 10 to 15 minutes.
And there was quite a distance between you and Mrs. Duff?
Yes, again, she was in the doorway of her corner office. She had one of the biggest offices in the quad, and I was sitting in the opposing corner. There's a large coffee table with a granite top in the center. Approximate distance is about 16 feet. I never left the chair.
And again, did you get in her face at all?
No, she was 16 feet away.
What was the last thing you said when you went back to your office?
I'm going to go back to my office and clean up this mess.
And you spent the rest of the day making calls.
Yes, sir.
Did that mess ever ultimately get worked out?
We did.
And that was with Mrs. Tillman, correct? That was
I
the
believe
candidate?
it was. I mean, it was 4 years ago, but as
Okay.
best I can recall.
And so we're talking maybe 3:30, nothing more happens for the rest of that day?
Yes, everyone went back to their offices. Doors remained open. People were working. People were going up and down the hallway. People were conversing. People were talking. People were sending messages. That's what it was.
During the conversation that you had, did Mrs. Duff say anything to you?
No,
Did she make any comments about what was actually going on with this candidate that she tried to justify?
she tried to explain away why there were delays, and quite frankly, it wasn't even coherent what she was saying. Oftentimes, there would be interactions with Trish where it wasn't very coherent.
Well, let's just
I'm-
focus on this day.
Sure.
Did she seem visibly upset?
No.
Did she seem composed?
Yes, I interacted with her at least 2 times subsequent to the conversation. She was perfectly fine.
Well, tell the court about those. You said there's 2 subsequent times after this?
No, following the discussion in the conference area.
Right, so tell the court about those 2.
If I recall correctly, again, it was 4 years ago, we all go back to work. As Patricia has pointed to, the break room is between my office and her office. The bathroom, the men's bathroom, is past that. Not uncommon that we cross paths, we make statements. I also tended to go down to the quad very frequently, talk to various people, have conversations. So I distinctly remember at least twice exchanging words, interactions with Trish, also being in either Aaron's office or Jacob's office or down in the space, looking in her office and seeing her work with
When you
no
say-
signs of duress or mental anguish or tears.
When you say you converse, what, were you yelling at her?
Oh, no, having nothing to, just passing comments.
Like what?
Hello or weather or whatever.
And there were no threats made.
No.
So time goes and she just leaves for the day, correct?
Yeah, at the end of the workday, and I want to say it was between 5 and 5:30. We all pack up our stuff. We go home, and everything looked like, well, we'll see you tomorrow. Wasn't of clearing anyone's offices out or, everybody let me rephrase. When we work, typically what most people do is they'll take their cell phone, if their iPad, if they have it, and their computer. But everything else stays. And I remember going down that day because I was looking at the TV on the right and I was thinking about putting up production models on it. I remember looking around at the various offices and everything looked like it did the day before. No one had cleaned out offices. Nobody had packed everything up. It was standard operations.
So all of your comments were surrounding work performance, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'll ask you this, we've heard testimony of a contract. There is a contract in place, correct?
Yes, there is.
And that's Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, and it's been enforced by Lake County on previous cases.
And your signature's on that as well?
Yes, sir.
And again, for the judge, you are an officer and owner of the company, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is your role?
Well, it was. I was CEO and co-owner,
And you were the
co-founder.
president at that time, correct?
I believe as well, yes.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Harvey?
Exhibit 1, you have that in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with Ms. Duff's testimony that the agreement was just handed to her and she signed it?
No, I would not agree with that.
Okay. Tell me why you disagree.
Ms. Duff has a degree in human resources and has a long history in human resources. And when it was given to her, I remember she asked me about it. Just what is it, what's included, what isn't included, which is what I'd expect from an HR executive or professional with a degree in human resources. So I answered her questions. They were simply around the arbitration, they were around term, non-compete, non-solicit, how are commissions handled if I'm terminated, etc. So it was explained to her.
Okay. That's what you recall.
Yes, it is.
That's your testimony today.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to hand you what I have marked as Exhibit A. I'm going to represent to you that I printed this off of your website yesterday, and it contains 11 pages, which are Bates stamped. If you could just take a moment, or as long as you need, just to, my first question is to confirm the accuracy of the content that I put in front of you.
I can't confirm it. I no longer own the company.
When I
You said you produced it yesterday? I
I
can't.
printed it yesterday.
I understand. I don't own the company any longer, sir.
And I would object as to the relevance of this, Your Honor. We're dealing with 2019.
Well, the issue is whether he can identify it or not before we get to anything else.
Well, if you look to page 2 of this, it has your picture on it.
Yes?
And can you at least read that page and tell me if that's accurate, if that's an accurate portrayal of your background?
I don't have my glasses with me.
Shall I read it to you?
Please.
Tom and Paula Christopher are the founding members of TCG, established in 1998. Initially, Tom's role was that of an organizational consultant providing the strategy, leadership, and direction for creating the widely recognized TCG reputation for best-in-class speed, quality, and service. He was previously the company's CEO and managing director with a personal practice focused primarily at the VP, SVP, and CHRO levels. Tom has successfully completed executive HR searches with a diverse set of clients across multiple industry verticals, including but not limited to Pepsi, Honeywell, Capital One, BP, Kraft, US Foods, Raytheon, Ingersoll Rand, Vanderbilt University, Delaware North, CDW, Medco, Citigroup, Johns Hopkins University, Eastman Chemical, Comcast, and many others. With over 32 years of experience in human resources and executive search, Tom's deep understanding of business strategy, organizational structure, talent acquisition, assessment, development have allowed him to become an invaluable search and business partner to senior executives at a list of most impressive Fortune 500 organizations. Prior to assuming a full-time leadership role with TCG in 2000, Tom held multiple executive HR leadership roles across diverse organizations and industry. Tom began his career as a member of the GE HR development program and was an HR manager at GE in both unionized and non-unionized facilities within the lighting business. He went on to continue his career at PepsiCo within their food services division and was an HR director in both corporate and field locations. Tom was then recruited into Triarch Companies, private equity firm, Arby's, RC Cola, and Snapple, as the HR senior director for its headquarters office, and then VP for all global field HR teams. Now, I'm going to skip a little bit, and it seems as if you were an adjunct professor as well.
I have been in the past, yes.
So from what I've read so far, and you're looking at the document, can you actually read it?
I am looking at the document.
Can you read it?
I am trying to read it.
Okay. I didn't know if you needed your glasses to read it or not.
I do, but I'm trying to squint.
Okay. So can you read the document in front of you or not?
I'd prefer to have my glasses.
The question before you is, can you read the document or no?
No, I can't.
Even if you squint, you can't?
I'm trying.
Does this all sound accurate?
It sounds accurate.
Is it fair to say that you're a seasoned HR professional?
I think that would be safe, yes, sir.
And the Christopher Group actually had a focus on placing HR professionals into roles, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How can you prove that the Christopher Group is the largest of its kind in the nation?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
We participate in a survey every year by Scanlon, Hunt Scanlon, who's the leading trade newspaper and publication in our industry. And we go by their rankings. By their rankings, we are the largest.
How many?
We are also, hold on, I was going to answer your question.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Every year, there's also the industry-leading survey where Fortune magazine surveys 24,000 HR professionals across the United States and asks them for the 5 best HR or 5 best recruiting firms in the country. And we have won the award 4 years in a row, the only HR firm. And we have been told we are by definition not just the best, but the largest. The largest. That is what we've been told.
How many employees does the Christopher Group have?
Full-time, part-time, just under 20.
And that's the largest in the country? There's nothing bigger than 20 employees?
Do you not know how it is measured? You don't measure a corporation by the number of employees. You measure it by revenue and searches.
And what's your revenue? What was the revenue that made you the largest?
Approximately, I believe my chief operations officer will attest, 8 million, I believe is the last number.
So no executive search firm in America did more than 8 million in gross sales is what you're telling this court under oath?
The largest boutique HR search practice.
Oh, boutique. So how does that qualify? So you're the largest small?
That's correct. There's
Kind of
5, there's,
oxymoron, isn't it?
there's, if
Objection,
there's,
Your Honor.
Withdrawn.
there's 4 in the category, counselor. 5.
There's no question before you. So do you teach your students to use the term shoot when you're looking to get rid of somebody in the employment context?
I don't teach.
Well, you're an adjunct professor.
I had been in the past.
Okay, and so the question is any time when you taught, did you tell your students when you were looking to get rid or remove a candidate or an employee that you should refer to that as shooting someone?
I would object. Overruled.
I did not teach that subject matter or human resources. So that was not in the curriculum.
Okay, do you think that that is an acceptable HR practice to use that terminology?
In the professional context, I absolutely do. My clients use it. My companies have used it that I've worked for at PepsiCo and Citibank. I've sat in meetings with CEOs who have used the word John Reed. I heard him personally use that word. The former CEO of Citibank worldwide in a 6-hour meeting.
Tells if you're going to fire somebody, you refer to it as shooting people.
I don't refer to it as shooting every single time, but I have used the word and we still use it to this day.
Okay. And would you agree that today's society has been riddled with gun violence and mass shootings?
Objection. Overruled.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Have you seen any news accounts of mass shootings in the news in the last 2 years?
I have.
Okay. And would you agree with me that the use of guns has become a sensitive topic in America?
I can't agree that it's any more sensitive than it was 10 or 15 or 30 years ago, Counselor.
Would you agree with me that some people might be offended by the term shoot someone in the employment context?
Objection. Overruled.
Do you mean on that specific day and why that day?
On any day.
It's a great question. She'd heard the term used many times before. She used the term. Why on that day, Counselor? I ask you.
Well, listen, you don't get to ask questions, he gets to ask questions. You
Fair
get
enough.
to answer, okay?
So you were pretty ticked at Trish that day, correct?
I was very upset with the situation.
Would you agree with me that potentially referring or using the term shoot in the way that you currently use it is a bad HR practice?
I would absolutely not agree with you.
So you think it's okay, and if you were to teach a class, you would say, class, it's okay when you're getting rid of an employee to say, we're going to shoot that employee.
He's asked the same question six
All right,
times.
let's
Your Honor.
move on from there. You're asking you're expecting a certain answer and he's giving you a different one, so.
Is the company's motto, nothing sells better than goodness?
It is.
How is referring that we're going to shoot candidates goodness?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
We will
You don't have to
terminate.
answer that. He
Hold on,
sustained
hold
my
on. Wait for-
Oh,
objection.
sorry.
Sorry, my apologies.
If an employee was to threaten another employee with physical violence, would that be within the scope of their employment?
Objection.
Overruled.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Let me ask it again. If another employee threatened another employee with physical violence, would that have been within the scope of their employment at the Christopher Group?
If the comment was made and it was a credible threat, it was intended to be a threat versus a vernacular used.
I just like you to answer my question.
I'm answering your question. You may not like it, but I'm going to answer it the way I'm going to answer it, Counselor. Unless you would like to tell me how you'd like it answered.
All right, listen, I'm not here, I don't have a whistle, I'm not a basketball referee, okay? Answer the question as best you can. If
Okay.
you can't answer it, then tell him you can't answer it,
Very well,
okay?
sir.
So let's quit playing around.
If the comment was made during work hours at a work setting in the context of discussing a work matter, that would be within the confines of employment and work.
It would be. So if somebody says, if you don't, strike that. If somebody says, you didn't call back that client, I'm going to kick your fucking ass right now, that's okay.
Objection.
Overruled.
I didn't say it was okay. I said it would be in the confines of work.
So threatening other employees with physical violence is within the confines of working at the Christopher Group. That's your testimony.
No, it is not.
Well, that's what you just told me.
This is a I don't understand the line of questioning. So if there is a discussion that occurs inside of work, and it's related to work subject, that is within the confines of the work relationship. There's a separate argument or point that I suspect you're asking is that appropriate? No, it's not appropriate. It would never be tolerated. Whoever would promulgate that would be immediately disciplined. If they were credibly making a threat of physical violence or acting or speaking in an inappropriate way. But if it is made in the confines of work, yes.
So threats of violence are okay if you have a work topic.
No.
So let's say I think somebody stole my client. I said, you son of a bitch, you stole my client. I'm going to kick your ass. That's okay because it has something to do with work.
There are two separate matters. I'm trying to understand your line of question. Is it work-related? Yes. Is it in the confines of the work setting? Yes. Would the conversation have not happened if there wasn't work involved? No, it would not. Is it appropriate? Absolutely not. We won't tolerate, I won't tolerate any inappropriate threats of violence or use of violence. That's not who we are.
Okay, so I think we're on the same page. So you would agree with me that threats of violence, threats of physical violence, are not appropriate and not within the bounds of employment at the Christopher Group.
I would, again,
Now, hold on. He just answered that question, I think, as clearly as it can be answered. And this is along the lines of the same question, so let's move on from there.
Was this matter submitted to the company insurance?
Objection.
Sustained.
Was this event covered, an insurable, coverable event under the
Objection.
Christopher Group?
This, I want to sustain it, this doesn't have anything to do with this, this issue.
If insurance were declined because this was not covered under business?
I don't care whether insurance would decline it or not, the same way I don't care what the decision of the prosecutor was on the complaint. That doesn't matter for the purpose of this hearing.
Did you tell Officer Jackson that you knew the Willoughby prosecutor very well?
I don't recall saying that.
Do you know the Willoughby prosecutor very well?
I don't know who the Willoughby prosecutor is.
I'm going to object to his relevance, Your Honor.
You didn't say that you knew Rick Perez?
I don't recall saying that.
Do you know Rick Perez?
I know Rick Perez.
Do you know Rick Perez well?
No.
Who is Rick Perez?
He is an attorney in the office across from our office, our former office.
Do you know him to be the prosecutor of Willoughby?
No, I don't.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Just a couple, Your Honor. Mr. Christopher, have you ever said you would kick, I believe the vernacular use or term was anyone's fucking ass? Have you ever said that?
Not that I can ever recall.
Have you ever called anybody, I think the term was son of a bitch?
Not that in the work setting?
Yes.
No.
And it's your testimony that the word shoot is commonly used in your business to terminate somebody from employment or candidacy or as a client, correct?
I want to be very clear. We have used that word since our company opened. We used that word while Trish was employed for 9 years. We use that word to this day. My clients use those words, not every day, but in times in describing. My clients have said, I'm going to shoot the person that's in this position. I want you to run a confidential search. My candidates use that vernacular. When I worked in public corporations, PepsiCo and Citibank included, I sat in annual human resource planning processes. During those meetings, we would determine who was going to get hired, fired, and promoted. I heard HR executives routinely and operational executives routinely say,
Objection.
we are shooting that person.
Do you ever hear, and I think you testified, you've heard Patricia Duff say this before?
I've heard Trish use those words.
Do you remember in what context?
Shooting a candidate for lying, shooting a candidate who was not cooperating. I have used that. Matter of fact, it was a joke in the office. I don't own a gun. I've never shot a gun. Trish has multiple guns. Trish would talk about her use of guns. Trish would talk about her mounting an abundance of ammunition in case the government were going to take her guns.
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. So you say you don't own any guns at all?
I do not.
All right. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Just so we make sure, it's your testimony under oath today that the term shoot a candidate, shoot an employee is a commonly used HR term.
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness?
We'll call Logan Johnson, Your Honor.
Will you raise your right hand, please? You swear a testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. All right, have a seat.
All right, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Logan Johnson, LOGANJOHNSON.
And where do you work?
I work for the Christopher Group.
And how long have you worked there?
I've been there since November of 2021, and prior to that, I started in June of 2014 and worked through 2019.
All right, is there a term used when it relates to terminating a candidate, a employee, or a client in the Christopher Group?
Yes, we often use the term to shoot the candidate, shoot the slate, shoot the client. We use the term shoot often.
Is it meant to put somebody in fear of their life?
No, sir.
What is it meant for?
It's meant to terminate the relationship.
And have you heard that used before?
I hear it used often, and I also use it often.
Have you ever heard, do you know who Patricia Duff is?
I do.
Have you ever heard her use it?
I have.
And what type of context?
When we're talking about terminating a candidate, terminating a client, terminating a relationship with one of the two.
Do you remember what candidate that was that she used it on?
I don't, because it's used frequently.
And when that term is used, have you ever been with Mrs. Duff when that term's been used in front of her?
I have.
What was her reaction to it?
Like all of our reactions, it's very non-reactive because it's a common phrase that we use and we all know what it means.
Did she ever look visibly shaken?
Never.
Did she ever start crying?
Never.
Did she ever run out of the office?
Never.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Is the term shoot somebody ever coupled with, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yep.
Saying, I'm going to shoot you with a mimic of a handgun. Has that ever been used in the office?
Possibly.
When?
I don't know, but it wouldn't be uncommon to use gestures with the terminology because it's a commonly known phrase used to insinuate termination of the relationship.
So mimicking a handgun with your fingers and pointing it to somebody's forehead and saying, I'm going to shoot you is common as Christopher Group.
If it happened, it wouldn't have been something that would have been taken as anything other than how it's normally used, which is to terminate the relationship.
In your time at the Christopher Group, was anybody ever fired?
I believe that there was talk of perhaps performance issues. Specifically, the only one that comes to mind is
My question was,
your
during
clients.
your time, had anybody been fired?
Your Honor, she was trying to answer the question.
So she was answering a different question, so.
So I mean,
take that as an objection and I'm overruling, so go ahead and answer the question.
I cannot recall specifically. The only person that I remember talk of being terminated was your client.
And why did you leave the first time?
I left for another role.
Is turnover pretty high at the Christopher Group?
The turnover is high in our industry as a whole.
Is it high at the Christopher Group?
Sure.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, cross, I'm sorry, redirect.
I don't have any further.
All right, you may step down,
Thank you, sir.
Next witness? Next witness?
Tobin, I'm grabbing him, Your Honor.
Who?
Tobin, and I gotta spell the name, Anselmi. Tobin.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you have a seat right here.
All right, could you please state and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, Tobin Anselmi, and it's Anselmi.
And where do you work?
I work at TCG.
And that's the Christopher Group?
Correct.
How long have you worked there?
A little over 2.5 years.
What is your role?
I'm a managing partner, and in my 2.5 years there, I've also been the Chief Human Resources Officer, and I currently am the head of interim and consulting services.
Is there a term that's used in your industry when it comes to terminating or letting go a client, a employee, or a candidate?
There are a lot of different ones.
What are they?
They're dead to me. Shoot them.
Let's focus on that. What do you mean? How is the word shoot used?
To indicate that somebody is probably going to get fired. In the case from a recruiting perspective, well, that candidate's shot, that candidate's put a fork in them. We're not going to be able to go forward with them.
Is it also used on employees of the company?
Yeah, I mean, it's not an uncommon colloquialism to reference someone who's going to get fired.
How often have you heard it used?
It depends on the organization, the industry. my career, I've worked a lot of different industries and organizations, large and small. So,
Have any other organizations used this term?
sure,
So other organizations have used the word shoot when it comes to terminating somebody.
yes.
Like which companies?
When I was in consulting, I did consulting with all of the big three manufacturers. Was not an uncommon term to say, for that euphemism to be used.
And you see that you mean the word shoot.
Yes,
And do you teach?
I do.
Do you teach anything on using that term in your profession?
I can't say I've ever referenced it directly.
Right, because there's no class on that, is there?
No, no,
Objection?
Are you familiar with Patricia Dove?
no, I'm not.
All right, so you came after Miss Dove.
Correct.
And is your testimony in front of the judge, you have heard the word shooting being used as common vernacular in the Christopher Group?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Ross?
You agree with me? You've been in HR a while.
Yes, I have.
Hey, would you agree with me that
Not good.
this isn't really a good term to use in the workplace, saying I'm going to shoot somebody?
Well, it's not something that you would use in a general reference in front of employees, but a group of HR people sitting around talking. It would not be uncommon to reference somebody that has been let go.
Why would the employee want to be referred to as being shot?
Objection. I would
Rule.
I'm
So
sorry.
you said you wouldn't say it in front of the employee. Why wouldn't you say it in front of the employee?
It's not that I wouldn't say it in front of everyone. It's just not commonly.
It's not professional, is it?
Again, it depends on the firm, the industry. It's not an uncommon reference to someone who's been fired.
Would you agree it has a duplicative meaning? Somebody's going to shoot you with a gun. Isn't that the first meaning that might come to somebody's head? Would you agree?
Not in that context, don't shoot the messenger. If I say that to somebody, I'm not expecting them to actually shoot me.
Well, right. And when you say don't shoot the messenger, you mean don't take a gun to the messenger and shoot him with a gun, correct?
Yeah, it's a reference. But it's not something that would be taken out of context
Okay.
to mean that somebody's actually going to be shot.
But in this case, it's alleged that you're saying we're gonna shoot an employee. That means we're gonna fire him or her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And would you agree with me that when somebody says, an average person, when you tell somebody you're gonna shoot somebody, that means that you're going to shoot them with a gun or a bow and arrow or some sort of weapon? Would you agree?
I can't get inside the mind of somebody else as to what they mean. If I use that reference, I am not speaking of using a weapon to shoot someone.
Would you tell a manager that you need to go shoot your employee in lieu of saying you need to go fire that employee?
It would depend on the context, my relationship with that manager.
You were once, did you ever work with the Christopher Group as being a candidate?
Yes, the Christopher Group placed me twice in my career.
And then what happened to those jobs? You fired?
No.
How'd you make your way back to the Christopher Group then?
Tom asked me to, as someone that he had placed before, had worked in corporate America for years and hired consultants when they were looking to open or formalize a consulting services branch, as somebody who within corporate America hired consultants to offer some opinions about what they were about to do, how they might go do it. And through the course of those meetings, I indicated to him that whether it was as a contractor or someone that would actually be a part of the firm, I would like to be a part of that consulting services division.
So Tom gave you a job.
Not just Tom, but the leadership team at the time made a decision to offer me a job.
How long have you known Tom?
Probably more than 20 years.
Consider him your friend.
Yes.
You don't want to see harm befall him, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rule.
You don't want to see harm befall him, correct?
I don't want to see harm befall anybody, friend, stranger. I'm not a violent person.
Hypothetical, if you were an HR manager and you were going to walk into a factory and fire somebody, would you walk in and say, I'm going to shoot somebody? Or would you say, I'm going to fire somebody?
Yeah, I'm going to object. It's a hypothetical.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
One follow-up. Have you ever heard Tom say, I'm going to shoot somebody?
In the context of a search relative to a candidate, it wasn't necessarily Tobin, that individual shot, they're not going to go forward.
And that's my point. It's not that he's actually going to shoot someone, is it?
No, I knew exactly what he was referring to.
And everyone in the HR community and your level,
Objection.
I didn't even finish the question.
What's
I know
your
where it's going.
objection?
He's going to say whether everybody thinks the same way, I'm
All right, well,
guessing.
finish the question.
You said your group's a little different because you're in high-end HR, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? You have to
I'm
say yes
sorry,
or no.
yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
And so in that context, is this term shoot specifically used in that high-end group as common vernacular for terminating?
What do you mean by what's high-end group? What do you mean?
Well, what they do for a living with high-end placements of candidates. It's not as if it's a factory, Your Honor. It's high-end candidate searches.
You mean within the context of his search, his group?
The Thomas
Searching
Christopher
for
group as a
people
whole.
out there or other people? And
The Thomas Christopher group as a whole.
as long as you limit to the Christopher group.
So, I'm sorry, ask your question again because I've lost the thread of what it is you're
Is
asking
there-
me to answer.
Is there a meaning that they're actually going to physically harm someone when that is used at the Christopher group?
No,
Has it ever been meant to harm somebody physically?
no,
And it's vernacular to say someone's getting let go or terminated in any of those categories, be it the employee, be it the candidate, or be it the client.
that's correct.
Nothing further.
Mr. Harvey?
You weren't here when Ms. Duff worked at the Christopher Group, correct?
I was not.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
I just have two more, Your Honor.
Who you got?
Nat Schiffer and Paula Christopher. Nat? Watch that door.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat.
And as you're walking up there, Mr. Schiffer, could you please state and spell your last name for the record?
It's it's Schiffer, Schiffer.
And where do you work?
I work at the Christopher Group.
And could you speak up just a little?
I'm sorry, I work at the Christopher Group.
And how long have you worked there?
I think a little in excess of 12 years.
And what is your role?
I'm president of the company and I own the company now.
And are you familiar with Patricia Duff?
I am.
How so?
Patricia Duff worked with the Christopher Group for several years.
Okay. Are you familiar with some type of term that's used at the Christopher Group when it relates to terminating somebody or a candidate?
I am.
What term is that?
I mean, I think that there are several terms. I mean, of course, firing someone. In our vernacular, we've often referred to it as shooting a candidate or a client, which is just a colloquialism for firing them.
Does that apply to employees as well?
Yeah, I guess it would.
And what does it mean?
To fire that person.
And what other terms? You said there's some other ones. What other ones are used?
I mean, throwing someone under the bus, life rafting. I mean, there's a great many. I'm probably forgetting a number, but just to refer to different courses of action that we use in the recruiting business.
And how often did you interact with Patricia Duff?
Frequently.
Did you ever hear her use the word shoot?
I can't, I mean, gosh, several years ago, I can't remember. I couldn't speak to that definitively, yes or no.
Is it common in your industry at Christopher Group to use the word shoot?
Yes. I actually referred to it this morning.
How so?
I got a call from one of our clients who has an interim contractor on their site. That interim contractor for one of the largest biotech companies in California, that contractor was expecting to get the job as a full-time permanent employee of Agenus Pharmaceutical, or Agenus Biotech. The contractor began to sense that he wasn't.
The question is whether you used that term, and you said you used it this morning, so let's talk about how you used it.
Yeah, how did you
the
use
entire background?
I used it in reference to firing the contractor at the request of my client.
And you used the specific word shoot?
I think I did, yes.
And you've used it before at the Christopher Group, correct?
I can't say when or where, but I'm sure I have.
Have you heard Mr. Christopher say it?
I'm sure I have.
Have you heard his wife, Paula Christopher, say it?
I couldn't remember specifically, but I can say definitively that I've heard many other employees use that term.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Harvey?
Have you ever seen or heard a Christopher Group employee say, I'm going to shoot, and then mimic a handgun being put to somebody's head?
I've never seen that.
Would you say that that's a proper use of the word shoot in the HR community as you think?
I've never seen anyone do that.
Well, if somebody did, if I said, I'm going to shoot you and do this, is that proper? Is that the way that shoot's been commonly used?
I would object, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No, I've never seen that done before.
Would you say that would be proper? The coupling of the word shoot with the handgun gesture to somebody's forehead?
I wouldn't find that proper.
And that would be outside, if somebody did that, wouldn't that be outside the scope of their employment at the Christopher Group today?
Outside the scope of their employment at the Christopher Group. Yeah, I would say that would be true.
Nothing further.
Mr. Walter?
Have you ever seen Mr. Christopher do anything like that?
Never.
Has anyone ever complained to you that he's done that?
Never.
Would you ever, how long have you known Mr. Christopher?
I've known Mr. Christopher for over 12 years.
Have you ever seen him gesture like a gun to shoot somebody?
Never.
As I say, so you spent most of your working career with him, correct?
I have.
Nothing further.
Mr. Harvey?
Nothing further.
All right, step down, thank you.
Last witness is Paula Christopher.
You raise your right hand, please. You swear a testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, have a seat right here.
All right, Ms. Christopher, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Paula Christopher, Paula-Christopher.
And where do you work?
I worked at TCG for 25 years, and I work at Tall Oaks right now.
And in fact, you started the company, correct? I'm sorry.
I did.
Okay.
I started the company, yes.
And what was your role?
I was Chief Administrative Officer was my last role there.
Did you ever hear employee complaints during that time?
Yes.
Was that part of your job duties?
Yes.
And are you familiar with a woman by the name of Patricia Duff?
Yes, I am.
And did you have any interactions with her during the work week?
All the time, yes.
And are you familiar with some term used at the Christopher Group regarding terminating somebody?
Yes.
What is that term?
To shoot somebody.
What does that mean?
That means to end something, to terminate somebody, to end it. Like, for instance, we'd say shoot a candidate would be to end the relationship with the candidate.
Has that ever been used in the context of an employee of the Christopher Group?
No. To shoot.
Like to terminate?
I mean, to terminate, yes, if
I don't mean like physically shoot, but have you ever heard anyone there say, I'm going to shoot this employee, it's done?
yes.
How often?
Not very often.
And have you ever heard Mrs. Duff make that comment?
I'm sure I have. I mean, everyone would say that in relationship to ending a relationship. That would-
Have you ever used it?
Yes.
And when you use it, are you meaning physical harm to somebody?
No.
And what is the meaning that you're conveying by using that term?
To end the relationship, to terminate the relationship.
And has that been used fairly frequently from day one of the organization?
Yes.
And it's still used to this day?
Yes.
Is it common in any other industry that's HR related?
Yes. I've heard that at any place that I've worked before.
I have nothing further.
Ross? You're married to Mr. Christopher?
Yes, I am.
You don't want to see harm befall him, correct?
No.
Would you say if somebody went up to an employee and said, I'm going to shoot you and mimic the handgun gesture to your forehead, does that differ from the terminology of how shoot is used typically?
I've never seen anyone do that ever. If it's someone says to shoot an employee or shoot something, it's used in conversation. It's not done with the.
Would you agree with me then that that term takes a different meaning though if it is coupled with fingers in a gun position aimed at your forehead?
Probably not. I just have never seen anyone do that. I mean, if someone says, I'm going to shoot that candidate and does this, I wouldn't think that that meant someone's going to actually shoot them.
But coupling with a hand gesture to somebody's forehead, does that change the meaning of it?
No, it does not.
If somebody were to do that, is that okay according to you?
Objection.
As a founder of the Christopher Group?
Overruled.
I mean, it's all taken out of context. I don't know. I mean, if someone was.
Is it okay to point a finger in a gun fashion at somebody's forehead at the Christopher Group and say, I'm going to shoot you?
I mean, I don't think that's in good taste.
Why not?
I just don't think it's in good taste.
You find it threatening, correct?
No, I do not find that threatening. I don't think anyone's going to. I don't find that threatening.
Don't you think there could maybe be a better word used when terminating somebody's employment than referring to that as shooting an employee?
I'm sure there's better terms, yes.
And why are there better terms? What's wrong with that term?
Objection. Sustained.
It has a double meaning, doesn't it? Isn't the more common meaning that you're going to shoot somebody means you're going to shoot them with a gun?
Same objection, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that. That's more specific.
Can you state that again? I didn't.
Would you agree with me that the common meaning, the meaning that would come to mind when you've dealt with people in your life, the common meaning when somebody says I'm going to shoot somebody, the first thing that comes to mind is you're going to get shot with a gun, correct? Not that you're going to get fired. Do you agree with me?
In a work setting and someone says that they're going to shoot something, someone, whatever, I don't think of it as a literal someone's going to shoot someone with a gun, no.
There's been some workplace violence, workplace shootings over the year, hasn't there?
Not
Are you aware
anywhere,
of any workplace shootings?
not anywhere that I've ever been, no.
Have you ever heard a news account of workplace shootings?
Yes.
So given that there's been gun violence at work, don't you find that term troubling?
In the environment that we worked in, that would not have been troubling. That was not the environment that we had. That was not the environment that was at our workplace.
So it's your testimony that amongst HR professionals, the people that are charged with making sure that laws are followed with employees, rules are followed, et cetera, that the term within you guys is if we're going to fire somebody, we're going to shoot.
That was used commonly.
No further questions.
Walter?
Did Mrs. Duff ever stay at your house?
Yes.
Do you remember when?
I remember Patrick, her husband, coming over and using our weight machine. I remember her coming over and hanging out at our house and talking with us. I'm very shocked by all this, truthfully, because there was Tricia's performance at work was not always great, and my husband was the one person who always stuck up for her and always tried to make her.
Objection.
Sustained.
There was testimony earlier that Mrs. Duff spent a prolonged period of time at your house. Do you ever recall her spending days and nights at your home?
I don't Oh, yes, yes. When she was going through some stuff, yes.
Okay. And you obviously, how long have you been married to your husband?
33 years, 32 years.
Does he own any guns?
No, he does not.
Does he know how to shoot?
No, he does not.
Did everyone at the company pretty much know that?
Yes,
Objection,
Sustained.
everyone knew that.
Sustained.
objection, motion to strike.
That's-
Have you ever?
Hold on, that answer is, since the motion, or since the objection was sustained, is stricken from the record. Go ahead, Mr. Walter.
Okay. So, is your husband violent toward any employees?
No,
Has he ever been?
no,
Does he get animated about client searches?
yes.
How so?
I mean, he gets very into what's happening because that's the livelihood for everybody that's working there. So he takes it very seriously.
Right, and so in your years of, you worked with him at Christopher Group, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever heard him threaten anybody?
No.
And the term shoot, have you ever heard him use it in the context of really physically wanting to hurt somebody?
Never.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
You said that you understood that Trish was going through some stuff when she stayed at your house?
Yes.
Yes, what was that stuff?
With her husband, her ex-husband.
Okay, more specifically?
She was divorcing her ex-husband.
And did you know why?
He wasn't a real nice guy from what Trish told me.
What else did Trish tell you about that guy?
Just that he wasn't a nice guy.
That he was abusive towards her?
I didn't know that he was abusive towards her. I mean, maybe verbally, but I didn't know that he was physically. If he was, I don't know.
And do you understand that the reason she was staying at your house was to get away from her husband?
I assume so, or just to be away from the situation, yes.
And the situation was an abusive husband?
Objection.
The situation was she wanted to be away from her husband. I didn't know that he was physically abusive if that was the case.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, you may step down.
Well, I had one follow-up, Your Honor.
No, you don't. You already did redirect, so you can step down.
That's our last witness, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have any witnesses, Mr. Harvey?
Just Miss Duff shortly, Your Honor.
Okay. You're still under oath, okay?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Duff, how long have you been in the HR industry?
I think maybe 20 years, if you include recruiting.
And we've heard some witnesses state that the terminology of shooting a client is common. Would you agree with that statement? And let's just start from an industry-wide.
I would disagree with that. I was the only recruiter who had actual practical HR experience after Ruben Moreno left. And in my employment with Raytheon, that would never have been used. Other recruiting firms I've worked at, we've never used that term.
At Christopher Group, did you ever use that term?
I cannot recall using that term. I'm not saying I didn't. I'm just saying that I don't recall using that term.
How did you perceive Mr. Christopher's actions when he said that to you and made the hand gesture?
If somebody is threatening to hurt me, I'm going to believe them. Okay? That is my history. If someone is telling me that they are going to physically hurt me, I believe them.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Christopher knew that your prior husband had threatened you with a gun?
Yes, he did. As did his wife.
I'm sorry, I didn't
And
hear
how
that.
did that, you said, and as did your wife, as did his wife. How, in your opinion, did that play into the event that occurred on July 30th?
That was critical, absolutely critical.
Why was it critical?
With 20 years that I had in a previous violent area, and then trusting somebody as much as I had trusted my ex-husband, told him secrets I would not ever tell anybody else. Then when he came at me that day and made the hand gesture that he was going to shoot me, I froze. I was absolutely heartbroken and scared.
And you went to the police the next day?
I did.
correct?
Mhm.
And you said that you sought medical attention thereafter?
That is correct. Officer Jackson told me, my husband was with me, and Officer Jackson told me that I was in trauma. He said that I need to go to my doctor. And so I called my doctor, who is on record that I have domestic violence in my medical chart, and he subscribed to me. He wanted me to have treatment immediately, but he saw me that day.
The year prior, how much money did you make at the Christopher Group?
My last 2 years of the Christopher Group, I made more money than I ever made in my life. I think it was $180,000 and $175,000 a year.
How would that compare to others in the group, if you knew?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you one of the higher paid employees?
To be clear, this is a 100% commission job. I didn't get salaries. We got to draw on our commission. What Tom Christopher used to like to say is, you eat what you hunt. You're hunters or farmers, right? So if I wasn't bringing business in, then my commission would be nothing, and they would be in the hole with me. So that skill set of 10 years results in you make a lot of money.
Nothing further.
You just used an interesting term, eat what you kill.
Objection? No, she didn't.
Yes, she did.
Eat what she hunt.
All right, so you eat what you hunt. Are you hunting candidates?
You search for candidates.
Well, your exact words apparently have been corrected, where you eat what you hunt.
Yeah, he would talk to hunters and farmers in the context of when you're trying to get something, right? You're either a hunter, where you go and you search for the candidates, you pull them off of LinkedIn, you network and you hunt for candidates. And the farmer is a person that builds the relationship. So they'll plant the seeds and they'll plant the relationships and try to get it. So you're always on the hunt trying to find the candidate. So you're either a hunter looking for opportunity, or you're a farmer where you're building relationships.
But you're not really hunting people in the literal sense, correct?
No, you're hunting, not in the literal
It's a
sense.
vernacular, correct?
No, it's not.
Hunting's not.
From a sales perspective, when you're talking about sales, is the context. You have hunters and you have farmers. That's in sales. So people that have hunting for commission and sales is different from someone who has a farming mentality, where you build the slow relationships.
You've testified, so this event happened on it was July 30th, correct? And you waited until 11:42 in the morning to go to the police station the next day, correct? What was your relationship with Mrs. Christopher?
Well, she had been gone, I think, a couple of years. She had retired. She was working at their ice cream place.
Would it shock you that she hasn't retired? She's still part of the company?
That would, because we had a big party where she retired, and she went to go work at the creamery when the creamery opened, and then Aaron Merker got a promotion to take Paula's job. So I don't know what's going on.
Well, but did you interact with her on a regular basis?
I did not.
Did you feel comfortable around her?
I did not.
Well, did you go to anybody at the office when you felt
Paula
threatened?
wasn't at the office. Nobody was at the office. It was 5 o'clock. I went in my office. I locked my door. I called my husband. My husband told me to come right home. Then I unlocked the door, and then I went home. It was my husband's birthday.
Okay, and you waited till the next morning at 11:47 to file a police
Yes, I
report.
did. I did.
I have nothing further. Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No.
All right, you may step down.
Thank
Any
you.
other witnesses?
No.
All right, I will consider the testimony, take it under advisement, and issue a written decision.
May I offer one thing in closing, Your Honor? Just real quick.
No, I don't need any. I don't need
Okay.
a close.
All right.
Eric D. Landingham, case number 23 CR 000432. This case was bound over from Painesville Municipal Court to us. And the bond in municipal court was set at $50,000 cash for surety, or 10%. Defense counsel's filed a motion to modify the bond and waiver of speedy trial. Ms. Carroll and I have also talked about the case, and the state is not opposing a bond reduction based on the facts and circumstances of this case and some additional investigation that does need to be done. But we would just ask for a no contact order with the victim and his family.
Okay, Ms. Carroll?
Thank you, Your Honor. We do believe that this case can be resolved with Mr. Landingham out of jail. We'd ask for an owner cognizance bond, and we have no objection to a no contact order.
Who's the no contact with?
The no contact would be with Cesar Fuentes.
All right, I'm going to reset the bond. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You're to have no contact with Cesar Fuentes. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, contact, you can't have contact with him or any family members, nor can you cause anybody to have contact with him or family members. You understand that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because if you did that, then that's a violation of your bond, and your bond would be revoked. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, anything else, Ms. Linden?
I have the OR form, and I'll have him sign that. I also have a bond setting entry. I'll fill that out and provide that.
All right, as soon as he signs all that, then I'll sign the,
We did fill out the OR paperwork. It
Did
was
you?
filed when I filed the motion.
yeah.
Okay, so that's already filed. And the conditions of bond as well?
And the conditions of bond. Yeah.
Okay, so the bond setting entry I
All
will
right, then,
provide then.
Bob, you want to just grab that from Taylor for me then? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.